Hello? Is the game too loud? I don't know. We'll see. Finished eating and the carbs have not hit me yet, so we're waiting. Okay, we are on the last part of this trial. I think what it was is we called the judge out on him being the Reaper, and I think Susato's dad is supposed to testify about Eric's brother Clint, his autopsy. That emote combo looked like you got head patted to death. I mean, it's not a bad way to die. Is the game too loud, by the way? Because I can lower it. Otherwise, if it's fine, then I'll just leave it. Sounds fine? Okay. But yes, we have Maria and we have Susato's dad. Did we ever learn his first name, by the way? Yeah, Eugen. Be right back. Okay. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugen Mikotowa, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sith. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here, she just... appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sith that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. This autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Okay, autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there were any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. The whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died with an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. And I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Okay, there wasn't, from my own observations, wasn't any indication of fabricated results. You couldn't say. No, sadly not. Oops, I didn't mean to look at him. And then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. And at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass in implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. I keep accidentally looking at Beric. I promise it's not on purpose. Okay, specifically a Western-style sword. Hold it! How does that relate to Genshin then? And all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Seeks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say? You think Lord Clint Van Seeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There was no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Iseiki confessed all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. No other signs of internal injury. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Sith, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
You have your bean juice? Okay. Oh yeah, what was the thing that was removed from his stomach? What exactly was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole. As if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
Was it a ring?
Ah, it was a ring belonging to Genshin Osugi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus cordis of his left hand, the fourth, or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. He arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stalls.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
That is a very peculiar ring.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Oh, well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my! Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stalls requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Alright, I gotta take a look at this thing. Looks interesting. Okay. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Ugh. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Oh, I love mochi. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. So if he swallowed this, then there should have been damage to his throat or something. I was hoping there would be some sort of inscription on the ring, but I guess not. As far as I can tell, there's like nothing unique about this ring other than like that top bit. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest.
Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Eric Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh. I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. And remove any trace of doubt. If we can establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true. We can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to bring up the ring, but like, other signs of internal injury. Or like, wouldn't his stomach at least be like cut up or something? Can I like, I don't know if I'm supposed to present the ring of this statement. Let's give it a try.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson?
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here.
That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Ah, look at this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotova?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, to our mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotova, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed,
Counsel, that argument is nothing more than speculation. What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work.
There was no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stalls without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved. What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him...
Kazuma, open your eyes.
Ryunosuke.
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this.
Well, that is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. On hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and was resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
What if that autopsy was all above board? There will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. Here's another possible explanation. You overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining his silence.
Objection!
Silence that would have led to him being convicted and sent to his death. The autopsy results were an invitation. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from them, feel for my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. And we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Would have been part of some negotiation, perhaps.
Enough rhetoric. Court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Isogi's silence in court?
Evacuation drill, passport. There's the Isogi papers. I wonder if I show the Isogi papers. No, apparently that is wrong. So what is it? It's supposed to be this.
Take that!
It's true that Genjin Isogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Isogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Isogi can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Ah, Governor Caden, and the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. You summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Oh, are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Oh man, I'm getting sleepy.
New witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please.
Hi, Eric Aiden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits of passerby.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course.
He sells tidbits. I warned you, you did, and I knew it was gonna happen, but man, am I so eepy right now.
My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Not the professor.
I've already been through all this before, a decade ago.
The conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened. Convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Ah, well.
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Guts.
Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. Great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. A directive came from the prosecutor's office. I signed the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't get that. You're saying you don't know. Listen, there's nae thing about the professor case that was nae unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
See.
If the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
Also, hello, Cammy. How are you doing tonight? Man just pulled out a comb in court. It's better than the tea and biscuits he has.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination?
Of course. Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Well, there was that one girl that pulled out a grenade launcher. You mean Gina? Gina's great though. She pulls out a dog now.
Hold it!
They're in the press. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. Can I even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office?
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Just realized Emma Sky's ancestor might be Herlock Sholmes. I haven't met Emma yet. Or have I? I just don't remember her, probably. Gotta go Google quickly. Was she the sister of that one prosecutor? No, she's that... No, yeah, she is. She's the sister of that prosecutor lady. Yeah, I remember her.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all.
That's right. Your only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? Oh, the first idea, laddie.
Jesus.
My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens. Or Dr. Sith, as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment. And it was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Losh, Vigil. Can I apologize enough?
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. It must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I dinna ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So, you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So, that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan? Instructions were to do a get in the Joku to the jail and nothing more. Can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Oh my god. Vigil is having a vision. Oh no.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh, yes, what can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Also, the ads are starting soon. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, they started. Okay, we're gonna pause here. I gotta go pee. I'm gonna go pee quickly, and I don't think it started snowing yet. It's probably still a couple more hours until it snows, or it might snow. But I'm gonna see if the dogs want to come inside. I will be back. is very cold. Oh, perfect timing. Hello, Zero. Thank you for the raid. Oh, how was Lethal Company? Did you have a good stream? Yeah, I just came back from my pee break. Did anyone get ejected from the ship today, or did you meet all your quotas? What's funny is Hag got crowd control working for it. Oh, what can people do? Oh my god. I don't think I've ever used crowd control. What can people do with that? I know they can like interact with the stream, but I don't recall what exactly. But yeah, you're just in time. I think I'm on the last part of the trial for the last episode, so we are pretty close to the end. Technically, kind of. We'll see. But definitely finishing today. Someone spawned a bracken monster in my face. No! And changed the weather. Oh man. I would get so upset if I was like walking and then someone made it foggy. I would cry. I think the first time I encountered fog, it was like, no, I'm not doing this. There's a mod that spawns the monsters from inside to be outside. Oh, hell no! Could you imagine being outside and one of those like spring monsters come after you? I'd cry. I'd cry. Immediately die. What would be worse, the inside monsters being outside or the outside monsters being inside? Could you imagine you're like walking through the building and then there's like a giant? Or like one of the dogs? We had thunderstorms, then into eclipse. Oh no! I can't recall if I've encountered eclipse weather yet. Giants being inside. I know, right? That would be terrible. There needs to be a mod where a player can be a monster. I think that would be fun. I'm not quite certain how it would work exactly, but I think that would be interesting. There is now? Oh, really? I wonder if you get to choose what kind of monster you are. Although maybe they, because I'm trying to think about how that would work. I guess the easiest way would be to add a new type of monster that players can control. Because so far all the other ones seem to have like some sort of limitation. Okay, we were in the middle of some testimony. What was it? The Vigil and like, what was that guy again? He's like the governor of the prison or something? Yeah, Caden. Governor Barclay Prison. Yeah, he's testifying too. Friend has it, RNG monster on death inside only. Oh dear. So if you die, do you turn into a monster then? Is that what that means? I like his cuff. I don't know if that's a typo. Cookies? Cockies? What? Oh, cookies. Oh, yes. Those biscuits. Oh, they're so tiny. I don't know, like, I think about him in like a little like apron in the kitchen and he's making little tiny biscuits. I think that'd be funny. I hope someone's drawn that. You see this big buff man who like runs the prison and then he's just in the kitchen baking tiny little cup cookies. All right. Okay, so a little bit of context. I think, God, I don't remember what Caden said, but like, he said something and then Vigil had like a visceral reaction. He was having like one of his visions. Giant beefy man making little biscuits. Perfect. I love that. I love that trope. Okay, what does he recall?
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Isogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that? Sorry. I think I finally regained control of my mouth. I think the numbing shots have worn off. I had a filling earlier.
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Ah. Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Isogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there is some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Isogi and the body at the top, it does name quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Cats! Aye, go on then.
Okay, what is this? Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. He had the Isogi papers, didn't he?
Hold it!
I guess that's what I bring up. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely.
I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution know of conclusive evidence against Carly? Is that Carly? Yeah, Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, conflict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Isogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. Okay, it has to be that last statement. Can't judge a man by his little biscuits? No, you can't. No matter how hard or soft they are, you can't judge them. Even if they're little, even if they're big. Okay, I'm gonna present the Asogi papers on this statement because I'm pretty sure that's what I'm supposed to do. Because he supposedly had a last weapon. Where are they? The Asogi papers. Here they are.
Objection.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Objection.
Thank you for the resub, I'm Doll. How are you doing? Why are you awake? How's it going? Thank you for the 69 bits. It's a lovely number. I hope you've slept. Otherwise, it's very early for you. It is a great number. I like being awake. Really? I mean, I like being awake as much as the next person, but sleep is also very nice. Especially when it's cold and your bed is very warm. Oh, guys, it's been so hard to get out of bed these days because it's so cold and the bed is so warm and it's just... It's criminal having to get out of bed when it's so comfy. Okay, we were calling him out on the Asogi papers.
Avis, the fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah,
It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
you squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
Ah! What's going on? When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
All right then. What's on that paper?
The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Yeah?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Jings, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper. In the feather cell where I said it would be.
Oh, this is a new animation, him twirling handcuffs. True, but I'm more active during the night. I feel that. Sometimes I'm a little too active. Also, yes, bed is good. I love bed. I love that animation when Vigil tries to slap the table because that's what everyone's been doing, but like he hurts his hands.
But how can that be? Where? In his cell?
Watch out, he's going to cuff you? No! What did I do? What was my crime? What did I do? What did I do wrong? I'm already being sent to horny jail with that bonk. Oh, congrats on your 7-stream streak, Andal.
We all searched the place from top to bottom.
I can't get over that animation. It's so funny.
But you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely-wally galoot.
You can't criticize me now.
Oh no, what was the sad alert for?
I showed it to your phone. I showed it to your phone, did I know? You're a lawyer.
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Isogi."
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Isogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Isogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place.
Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and respectable facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that Avoku here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Woohoo! Democracy.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Isogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Isogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robes that was left in his cell. Kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Are you no satisfied with calling me a liar that once, eh? You wee waffinger.
Waffinger? I don't know.
Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore.
I feel like I'm witnessing some toxic relationship being like, yeah, like a past toxic relationship reunion. So funny.
Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do? Is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared?
In another life, maybe they were a married couple? Maybe. Ah! Bruh. Little and large. What a double act. Can't believe this is happening in a courtroom.
He complied with the Sergei's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you can't deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Okay, we start with vigil. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi?
Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
You know what would be the real plot twist if Clint was the professor and like Genshin was the one who put an end to him, you know? Like Genshin actually killed Clint? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that?
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Every time I see him do that animation, my brain automatically wants to, like, yelp. No, I meant to press.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
And like the Bampet yard, you didn't tell me. Blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah!
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Ugh. Well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor, a prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you could shed some light on that matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery, then.
Well, the thing is about that will.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed my.
Maybe the numbing has not worn off.
He grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "Can they have disappeared completely in my face?"
This is so weird. And the fact that his, like, tie is also being pulled out, too.
Aye, well, it's doomed to be the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
Point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then, before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you dated Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
I thought I heard dated. Oh, I don't know. I'm like half asleep reading these things.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top level of the prosecutor's office. What name was it? I didn't ken afore, and I didn't ken now. But I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything. In my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Eating 3 kilograms of bread will make you sleepy, yes, but it was kind of good. It was a little stale, but it was pretty good. Those things are great fresh, though.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Stale bread.
Yeah,
It was frozen bread that was like toasted, and then it was like left over from like a day or two ago, and then like I decided to eat it because no one else was gonna eat it. I had that with soup.
Hold it!
But yeah, they're I mean, it's still kind of technically bread, but they were basically just like Chinese donuts. I think that's what they call that's what the English translation calls them. Chinese donuts. In Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword?
Haruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful silence.
Warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He could never have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye.
Oh, I didn't mean to look at you, Vigil.
He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikateba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, the letter just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Oh no, the voices! Oh my god. No! Oh my god. I have to press that all over again.
My father had a passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black color of sumi ink to be very soothing.
I'm sure that cursive Japanese script must look utterly incomprehensible to English eyes.
He's still there. Oh, there we go.
Anyhow, that's the document that was found in the fella's kimono.
You have something to say, Vigil?
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil!
Sir! It was Scarlet, sir!
You must be having like flashbacks or something. What?
Oh! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
Less swing and more explaining would be helpful. He's just channeling the voices, you know?
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance, possibly, or not possibly.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. With this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet.
Scarlet? Oh! Oh, in red ink? Could it be on the... I don't know, actually. Press. Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Either he used red ink or he wrote it in blood.
Witness, is that what you really saw?
What? Sir!
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Goch, Eva, can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Blood kind of dries very dark, almost brown on paper once it oxidizes. That it does.
So I'm wondering if maybe... Because he had a sword, and like... You know, he had a sharp sword. He could have written with his blood if he really wanted to. My hands are very dry. Sorry, I was hunting for the hand cream bottle. Winter has well, not winter, but like this cold weather has really messed with my skin. I think it's also because I wash my hands quite often, so there's that. There we go, I am moisturized.
Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it beneath his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need to waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. The plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely.
Ooh, okay. I'm sure it has to be. I have to present something on that last statement. Written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Okay, he didn't have this ring with him. Telegram from Japan. Can we look at this sword again? I don't think there's anything to look at though. I think this is to open it. Yeah. I don't think there's anything on here and it's been years. Hello, Nemu! Thank you for the raid! Did you have a good stream? How was Lethal Company? What did you get up to? Are you like me who is very scared of the monsters? Because I am like too much of a baby and so sometimes I have to stay in the ship. But the good news is though I can I can recover the bodies. So there's that. Hello, Graftail. We are in the middle of Ace Attorney. This is the last case. And I believe this is the last. Sometimes. Okay, well, all the time then. I do live in the ship, okay? That's why we have a shower, a toilet, and a bed in there. It's for me. I'm surprised nothing has come into the ship to kill me yet. Yeah, the ship is my home. I don't know what I'm missing. I feel like I'm a little bit stupid. What is... I feel like it's this statement that something's wrong with. Okay, maybe we'll look at this. Oh my goodness! Another raid, back to back. Hello, oh, is that supposed to be Thunderstorm? Hello, how are you doing? What were you streaming? Did you have a good stream? Okay, there's nothing about this will. What were you playing? Man, my brain is fried from all the carbs. I'm just gonna have to skip. Where am I? Just okay. On the new statement, present Clint's autopsy report. Did I never look at his autopsy report? Did I make a rookie mistake? Oh man, I don't think I ever looked at I don't think I ever looked at Clint's autopsy report. Oopsies. I was playing Lethal Company. Nice. Were you also playing with Nemu by chance? Let me also give you a shout out. There we go. It was fun playing, I bet. Amber Heard's lawyer move? Oh my god. Do you guys play with mods? I wonder when the Lethal Company hype is going to die down. I don't know. It's been like, I don't know, when was it released? I don't remember. It's probably been months now, but... Alright, we never looked at Clint's autopsy report, and that is a big oopsie on my part. My mistake. My bad. Well, maybe I did... No, I don't. I didn't. Okay, I did look at it, but I didn't remember anything from it because I didn't think it was important. Yeah, time of death, 31st of May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Okay. Death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Okay, so this is the important part. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. That's the important part. October 23, I think, lethal. Really? Hasn't been that long, has it? October, November, December, January. It's been almost 3 months. Still going strong. I wonder if they, the developer plans on adding anything to the game. Maybe like new monsters or something. I don't know. The modding community is pretty big though, so. Alright. We are supposed to present the autopsy report on here.
Objection.
scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Havers again, you've no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
Scarlet ink.
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel?
My point is this: whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document panned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was...
Oh, maybe it was written by Clint. The same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death.
Then it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil!
Sir!
When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
All right, then. Well, what's on that paper?
The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Oh, he never said it was his will.
A last will and testament. Ah.
If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with the will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Lint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. It's gotta be something to do with the professor.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will...
I'm not Englishing wrong, am I? That sentence is like I don't know, it's not correct.
Pursuing this notion of a phantom that nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. And that's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. And so hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Yunosuke.
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact. Oh my god, am I right? Was it a confession? I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. Oh no, and the ads have started. Okay, we will wait. Anyways, they're doing a ton of work on the game. I wonder what else they're going to add to Lethal Company. I think a really nice feature would be that, you know, when you're typing on the terminal, I would really appreciate autocomplete. I don't know how difficult that would be to implement, but I would really like it if I could just type something in, press tab, and it would like autocomplete because like, oh my god. It sucks having to type everything out manually, like, oh my goodness. Oh, thank you for the follow, Thunderstorm. I know, right? Right? Especially anyone who has like, who is familiar with using like a Linux environment or like consoles or like terminals. Like your brain just wants you to hit tab so you can autocomplete, and when like you hit tab and nothing fucking happens. uh Go suggest it? Maybe. I don't know if I remember to do it. But like I think that would be very neat because, you know, very lazy. You can half type some things, can you? I suppose it depends. Like just con instead of confirm. Ah. But then that makes it a little confusing. Because then does that mean you can type like conf and it would still work, or confi and would it still work? And like I don't know, man. Maybe there's like a page or somewhere that says what shortcuts you can use. But yes, maybe autocomplete will be a feature. I don't even know if they have a forum for suggesting stuff. I do that on the Stream Deck. Oh. Just macros also? True. Modern problems require modern solutions. Yeah, I wonder what's the next big thing for Lethal Company. I don't know if they have like a page that talks about upcoming upcoming updates. Where to look for news and updates? Oh, look, it's pinned. Ah, Discord, okay. Alright. But yeah, I'm sure somebody's probably already suggested autocomplete. Yeah, I don't know. I want to see a Deep Rock collab with Lethal Company. I think that would be fun. Ah, man, could you imagine if you could have your own Steve and Lethal Company? That would be great. Because sometimes you just need a friend to face all the... You just need a little guy to face all the horrors with. Maybe somebody's made a pet mod. Who knows? It can be like Among Us where you have a little guy following you. They added challenge moons last update. Oh! What is challenge moons? Looking at the update log and it's a lot of text, but I don't really see anything that talks about same, okay. Oh, okay. So it's like a leaderboard where you can score a lot depending on how much you get. One day only try to make as much as you can on harder maps. I see. That's interesting. All right, ads are done. We can continue. We left off at like a really dramatic bit. I hope the drama hasn't been lost. You get a purple suit in it. Ooh, I love purple. Purple's pretty. Maybe that's... I don't know if I get to pick a color, but I think in like about a month from now, I'm going to get my hair colored. I don't know if I get to choose what color, but we'll see. Can leaderboards be spoofed with mods, though? Oh, that's a good question. Hopefully they have preemptive measures for that. Alright, we are going to go back to the game. Big reveal. Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. Is it weird that I think the sentence is like weird? I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't sound like English to me. I appreciate this must be hard to take in. Is that proper use of the word appreciate? I mean, I guess it kind of is, but it's just, I don't know. I've never heard anyone say this. I've never heard anyone use it like this before. It sounds fine. Okay. Probably it's only one dev. He's doing God's work, though. Good for him. But it's the only explanation that fits. It's common? Damn, okay. I'm just not common then. I don't get out much. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No, you can't be suggesting.
It was, in fact, the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. I can't scream. Especially not in a low voice.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
Great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice. He was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out law and order in this country would be
disfigured? I don't know, I didn't read fast enough.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful for Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Beric Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order. Order. Order in court.
Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
Hey, that's what I call my dogs. Absolutely, they could do a lot of damage.
I don't believe this. My brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house. Always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar? Now where have we seen that before? With the giant bee, too.
That's right, though sadly, some years ago now it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my,
You know it.
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? I thought it was B for Balmung, but I guess not.
Oh shit!
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
It's time! It's time! My brain's gonna be fucking blown.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from the human prey.
So it is true then.
Then Van Zeeks really was the professor.
Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
"10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his
Oh my god, why is this word so hard?
that though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then, tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world.
I'm gonna assume this is Strongheart talking.
New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually it was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Isegi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be upset. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Hello, Virus. Thank you for the raid. Oh, you were streaming Raft. How was it? Did you have a good stream? Did you get your ass bitten by Bruce? Hi, Roderick. How you doing? You came at you came a little bit after the big plot twist. Like, my mind, it's in pieces. You're alive? I'm glad you're alive. How are you doing? Yes and not yet? Oh, lucky you. Yeah, no, that I have a bone to. I have major beef with that shark. I hate him. Hate him so much. That's right. I was supposed to look into mods that like remove the shark. He's just a little guy. I mean, he's delicious. It's great when when he finally dies and we get to eat him. That's a cool shout out system. Thank you. Yeah, I have like multiple ones. I found like that AI shout out thing that was really fun, so I have that set up, and then I have the thingy on the screen. No matter how often I eat him, he respawns. I know, right? He keeps us well fed. Okay. But yeah, I had to change the game to easy because I couldn't stand normal. I was hungry all the time. I was thirsty all the time. Shark was eating me. It was so bad. But yes, the plot twist. So, I'll wait in case anybody doesn't want to listen. But, basically, what we've been led to believe is that Kazuma's dad is the professor, which was this, like, mass murderer from 10 years ago who was, like, killing a bunch of nobles. So we learned that his dad was not actually the killer. Turns out that Barrick, who is normally the prosecutor, but this time this time we're defending him because he's being... I don't remember. Anyways, turns out it's Barrick's brother who was actually the killer. His brother, who was also a prosecutor and a noble, was the killer. And that's why almost nobody knew. That's why almost nobody could see. Barrick Van Zeek's smash? I know, he's very hot. Have you seen him lift his leg? There's a little animation he does where he'll like lift and smack his leg onto the table. Yeah, it's very nice. I think you would like it. But yeah, he's always displaying his strength. You know, he has this. No! He has the hallowed chalice, and he like crushes the glass with his bare hands. So he's very strong. But yeah, it turns out his brother was the killer this entire time. Because what everyone in the public has been led to believe... Oh my god, I just saw it. Did you look it up? But yeah, what the public has been led to believe... Well, not the public, because the identity of the killer was kept a secret, but everyone in the judiciary was led to believe that his brother was the 5th victim. And, you know, because they did the autopsy on his brother, they were able to find clues that led them to the killer, but it turns out his brother is actually the killer. So his brother actually wrote something before he died. And it turns out it was a confession that he was the killer. And so somehow Kazuma's dad got a hold of it, and that was his bargaining chip when his dad was accused of being the professor. He had that as a bargaining chip. And that's why he was able to escape prison. But then he got betrayed in the end because he was quote unquote executed, but he was alive. They buried him alive in his coffin, and when he got to get out, they shot him. It's late, I gotta go. No worries, have a good sleep, Rodrigue. May you have many dreams of Barrick. Objection. Exactly, yes. My personal favorite in Great Ace Attorney is "Excuse me." But yeah, I think we are witnessing a flashback between Genshin Asogi, which is Kazuma's dad, and Strongheart, where Genshin is accusing Clint, Barrick's brother, of being the professor.
Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
Hunting dogs can be scary. Although I guess the dogs I came across weren't really hunting dogs. They were just very mean to strangers.
So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. You can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeek's perished.
Like those dogs we ran into? Yeah, those dogs were scary. Like, oh. Like, I suppose that's how scary my dogs would be if they were that aggressive. Yeah, lucky for me, I have not seen them get that aggressive. That would be rough and very terrifying. It's, I can't even describe it. It's like, yeah, if you've ever been in a situation where your fight or flight instincts are in like overgear, like that's pretty much it. Also, they said that the dog died right after Clint died, and I'm wondering if perhaps Clint killed the dog or like set a weight up so that the dog would die after him. Because the dog would then I don't know. Maybe there would have been no reason for the dog to die. I don't know.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. He had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it, that you're behind it all.
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So, we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
His family?
What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi: the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric Van Zieks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What? What brazen?
I knew that you play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod of the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sith.
Dr. Sith.
So, what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
I think my voice is dying on me a little bit.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper.
Thank you, I have been hydrating, I've been trying.
However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still,
All those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway.
it was all in aid of keeping London safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Yo, sorry. Music is banging all of a sudden. What? I think I just have a weakness for like really pretty strings. So like when the violins kick in, it's like, hell yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm vibing with this. Holy shit. Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last request. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Maybe he always did. He just didn't want to admit it. You know? Yes, the same thought occurred to me. I mean, he loved his brother. He looked up to his brother, you know?
It was only once, but yes, I could say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable, for my brother was a source of greater turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect.
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Flint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. You have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acts as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi. The 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink.
oh my goodness, excuse me.
Black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Hold it!
No?
Objection!
Yeah!
Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid. I must insist the trial continues. He said black ink? That he did.
What was it?
3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Well, Lord Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Wasn't it Scarlet? That it was. It was Scarlet Ink. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left by the man.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
I mean, or is he talking about the will that, like, Genshin wrote? I don't think this is 3 pages, though, is it? This is 2 pages.
And whilst an inconsistency remains,
Or maybe the inconsistency is that it's 2 pages and not 3.
the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
So, if he's talking about the will that Genshin wrote, that means that we're missing a page from Genshin's will.
Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which pieces of evidence, I ask you?
I'm sure it must be the will. Yeah, it has to be.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament.
Ah,
Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
for a moment I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Caden. Yeah? What can I do for you? Sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Why, I was there for sure. I remember the black whelps like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I might correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. Oh, it was a... Oh. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about plotting to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page would be sent. Would be sent. I don't know.
I can't accent.
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now.
He just so happens to have it. Like, it's cool. It's just been chilling in his pocket.
My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Eccentric, thank you. No way, yeah, like, I can't believe he just had it in his pocket. Like, why? Why was it there? Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Just in his back pocket? I don't know. He said he just so happens to have it with him, and I'm like, where? Why you have it? Why?
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read one language.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
I'm hoping that's Eugen. Yeah! Love guessing right. Like, a quarter of Ace Attorney is just guessing who the speaker is.
If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father.
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, but darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
Haiku poem. Twist thy head.
Father, What is Kuruma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson.
You played this too much, you're in its brain places? I wish. Most of the time I'm wrong, though, about who it is.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light.
Can we actually look at this while he's talking? Okay, yeah, screw you, Judge. I'm gonna look at the sword. Twist thy head. He hid something in the hilt. Perhaps. Can I twist this head?
Kuruma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours.
He said, look at the head. Head? 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 Head.
Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Nah, you can't tell me. Ryunosuke was standing there in the courtroom twisting his head. Oh.
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part of at the very end of the hilt.
Man's about to kill himself. Yeah, he was just about to. The sword wants some head? Yeah, it wants us to twist its head. Also, hello, Ninja. How are you doing? Welcome. Don't deny it. It's something you would do. I would. If I knew nothing about katanas and you're like, twist the head, and I'd be like, home? It's not working. That or I try to like twist the sword, but you know, bop it, twist it. Yeah, pretty much. I can't hear bop it, twist it, or pull it without like my brain kicking into bop it mode, you know?
It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kishira, I believe.
Kishira. So Mr. Asogi's words really meant twist the butt of the hilt. Sorry, I didn't read the rest of the sentence. My brain only read the butt. And I was like, twist the butt. Yes, twist the butt in the court. You don't think.
Huh. Look what's inside it. Is that?
This sword is kinky? Yes, it is.
A tightly wound sheet of parchment.
Yo, it's his will. It's scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink.
I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks. And the date. 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. God damn. Okay, apparently you get an achievement for examining the head again. So I want to see. Twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Kazuma's father certainly had a way with words. And he certainly thought up an ingenious hiding place, too. It seems although almost playful at first, but I do wonder if over the years, perhaps, the duties of the Asogi clan have actually called for such inventiveness. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sorts of duties? Well, I could believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like someone with the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulders. There we go. Achievement unlocked. Asogi clan appreciator. Alright, back to his spiel. Twist in the butt. Yes, right in the middle of the courtroom. I was expecting a dick butt. No, not the dick butt.
In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality.
Oh, was I supposed to look the will? I'll look at it later.
When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
I'm assuming that he was behind that though. Like, come on, you can't say this man isn't suspicious. A previous Lord Chief of Justice died and now he's the current Chief of Justice. I don't know, something stinks in here. I can't look at it. That's too bad.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now.
Hello, Gold. How are you doing today? You have come at the I would say the climax. We are at the climax, I think, of the story.
Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
You come at the climax? No!
We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order.
I stand by that.
No! Oh my goodness. This is what happens when, like, the milk doesn't get cleaned up. It turns into cheese. But I have something I need to look into is I think there's a thing I can set up where when the milk drops over me, it leaves behind a residue. So like I can be a little pasty after having been doused in milk. That's a thing I need to I keep forgetting to do it. Not a cheese I want to eat though. No, I don't imagine it's very good.
Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will?
Add in 5, yes. Anytime you see that thing in the chat, it's normally 5 minutes until ads. That, and I also have the little counter at the bottom left. Like, hirmst.
In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
Are you sure about that?
In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
What?
This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I?
Hell yeah.
Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say. The final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How? How can you? Decisive.
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
A written confession from Clint Van Zieks himself.
Take that!
He does. He really does have all the evidence. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right. It was. Only, I have it right here, discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
I don't know where that grunt came from.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find it, that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Yeah.
Inside Kuruma.
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signature and seal certainly look official.
What you say, Barrick? Is that your brother?
My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Ads are starting soon.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me. At once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
That onion fell on my head right as the ads were supposed to start. Alright, we will wait 3 minutes. Go grab snacks, people. Water, I don't know. Go pee, go piss. I'm fine. Although I'll probably have to pee next ad break. just been consuming lots of water. I have no ads. That's wonderful. Subscriptions are great for that. They're very onionated. They must be very smelly. I need to go grab a storage bin. I keep forgetting I need to get a storage bin to store all my yarn. I want French onion soup. I haven't had French onion soup. It sounds really good though. I've always wanted. But yeah, I have so many penises on my desk, guys. I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 7. Oh my god. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Zero. It's like I'm not allowed to mention the word or else you just... Psh, you get a sub. You get a sub. I guess your middle name must be Oprah or something, I swear. But thank you. It's very kind. 7 penises? Yeah. They're very small and squishy. They're very cute. For context, I crocheted penises. But yeah, I think my, the stuff I ordered off Amazon arrived today, so... all I gotta do is take a few pictures and then... boom! Etsy store. Another thing on my bucket list I can cross off. But for each day of the week? No. Man, I don't have the stamina for that. Maybe when I get older. Why though? Just because they're really... because have you ever seen those little penis squishies? It's basically that, but crochet. They're very cute. And it's just a little guy. Ow! Why? I wasn't talking about anything bad. I haven't seen them. Oh. But yeah, there was like this period of time where like these little like penis squishies were really popular and I don't know, I saw them everywhere. But yeah, someone made a crochet pattern that's like, that looks like it. And so I made it. And they're very cute. Really fun to make. Stress relief, just squeeze small dicks and everyone will feel better. I don't know about stress relief. They're not... I don't think they're squishy enough for that. I mean, you could certainly squish them, but... they're just more like... things to put on your desk, on your shelves to display, or maybe like a little keychain, you know? Okay, ads are done! Welcome back, people. Alright, where were we? We were calling Strongheart out on already knowing what's written on the will.
What are you implying?
No! No! I didn't do anything wrong! No! I just lost 1/3 of my blood supply there. Oh my god, is that why I feel so lightheaded, so few brain cells? Don't make me grab you by the horns? Ah, that's for Shiro. That only Shiro's allowed to do that. He's gotta hold on to something, guys, you know? Alright, where were we?
Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Ah, there he is, his little leg thing. Like, come on. He has to know that, like, what he's doing is really hot, right? He must be so flexible. Like, I'm trying to think about, like... I'm trying to project myself there and thinking if I would be able to do that or if I would, like, snap my shins. I think a couple of joints would pop, I think. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it would not look as cool as this. Like, I would do it and you would just hear...
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason.
I can't believe for the longest time I didn't know that was Miss Piggy. Like, now that I know it's her, I can hear that it's her. But yeah, I don't know why it took me so long to learn that it was her. I don't think I've seen the original clip of where the audio comes from.
And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Zieks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said.
Read it out, now.
You have a right to hear what's in that will, a right, and a duty.
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped.
Eugen smiles, basically like, get fucked.
You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well, then.
No, for God's sake. No!
Get butt twisted by Karuma, Lord Strongheart. Yes!
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before mine.
Okay. I started reading because I was worried it wouldn't pause. But that is, I'm gonna add that to my vocabulary. And people are not gonna know what I'm talking about. This is so funny. Could you imagine someone greatly upsets you and you just tell them that you hope they get butt twisted and then they get very confused? How funny if it was just a list of his favorite food. Oh my god, can you imagine? During my last hours on this earth, I have something I must confess. Spaghetti. It is my favorite. I don't know how to continue that. Anyways.
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder.
Oh! Because I was wondering how this will worked into play, because obviously Genshin killed Clint, but then how did Clint write the will, right? If he knew he was going to die. And I guess the only explanation is that Genshin waited for him to write the will before killing him. P.S. I might have killed someone. Oh well, yeah.
During my last final hours, spaghetti is my favorite pasta. Along with garlic bread, I know as a noble, I shouldn't like it because it makes my breath stink. It is not becoming of one of my stature, but I love it nonetheless. Also, I killed somebody. That is all, thank you. I love my family, my dog, my wife. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor.
Oh. So they essentially fought to the death.
An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse. The corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such a vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace.
that demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill.
Oh! So, Clint killed the first guy under his own volition, and then afterwards, Strongheart blackmailed him to kill the other 3. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Damn! Man had to leave the world, but not before he left behind a sick burn. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. A 10-year-old burn? I know, right? You know what? You know it's a good burn when it's been 10 years, but it still hits hard, you know? That's all you can hope for.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was protect yourself. Was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now.
Ooh, man. My foot can't decide whether it wants to cramp or not, so it's kind of like it's in cramp limbo. It's going. Okay, well, I'll just leave it be.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart?
Oh no, that hot dog landed poorly.
To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down.
It had to be done.
London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 a.m. with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
but to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition, made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, you fool.
As you know, Sogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. He intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Trevor.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Last, people find out the convict wasn't really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundations of the empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out before because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled that trigger.
You pushed him, though. Yeah, he told Jigoku to do it. Like, what? So you see, it's not my fault your father died. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor and his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you all see I've done this for the country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No. The darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? And it was all for Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
He's gonna pop a vessel. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Man is so constipated. Or 3, yeah. He's got hemorrhoids now. Why'd it get so quiet? Yay!
Well, 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 dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Queen's English. Really, our friends on the far east are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is It really is exactly as you both said.
He's trying to cook a chicken. He is. God, it's probably well done by now, that chicken.
What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how do you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak.
I didn't mean to hit that. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector.
And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals.
Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws.
And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of proceeding law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, is it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart.
No way, you guys should be booing this man. Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. I feel like I'm in a cult right now. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Well, you can't get culture without cult. That is true, that is true.
Ryunosuke.
Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Oh, do I have evidence? Bro, what do I have? I got the will? I got the telegram from Japan? Oh. Like, wait! Can't I pull on this? Can't I pull on this? I can, do you think I'm supposed to? I think I'm supposed to press, I'm gonna do this. Okay, hold on, let me save, and I'm gonna present. Surely Herlock Sholmes will know what to do. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Yay! Tug on it. Listen to all these fools. I know, right? Like, I don't know. I wish I was that charismatic. Jesus.
Take that!
Man was literally proven to be guilty of like influencing people to commit murder and like all that jazz. And then people still want him in that seat. They have lost their collective butts. They really did.
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Wait, do we get one last reasoning spectacular? Could you imagine? That'd be so funny.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave.
All right, here goes.
Heave.
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes.
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
It's Mr. Sholmes? In hologram? What? Oh my god, he's here but he's not here. What in the Mass Effect 2 is this?
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Sorry, his hand went right through Eugen and that was so funny.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
Mans from the future confirmed? Yes, apparently. So we can't teleport people, but we can do this?
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons!
You can't put him in cuffs.
This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
What the? We can't get it out of him, my lord.
This is so funny.
We just go right through him.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see.
I love his dancing. Oh my god, he's totally making fun of them. I'm vibing. Okay, dancing through the bailiffs.
You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will.
He is emoting on them. That's exactly what he's doing. It's so funny.
Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
That needs to be a dance of yours. Oh man, if I could find the animation, I would do it. I don't know if I would be able to find that specific dance animation. I'll try to look into it. I'll try. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is? But I'll see. Yeah, if I'm lucky, there might be a way to find them somehow through the game files, but I don't know. But maybe someone's uploaded it. We'll see. I think it'd be very funny, though.
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Right, sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I'm mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say You're not actually here, Sholmes.
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Stronghorst, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
Garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. Where the Queen is? What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace.
What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Usato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty.
Let's go!
With Her Majesty.
What did I tell you guys?
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What?
This is so funny. What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm in tune with the game. Yes. After playing Phoenix Wright and like nearly the end of Great Ace Attorney, it is in my veins. It is in my bloodstream.
Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. Closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings.
They live streamed this entire trial to the Queen, guys. I think that's what he's saying. He live streamed. Hey guys, Ryunosuke's a Twitch streamer now. Okay, so the Queen knows. She already knows. Oh, you're so butt twisted. You're so butt twisted, Strongheart. Through the rabbit? I'm not sure how he's doing it. Maybe through the rabbit? Cause I know the rabbit is like a communication device, but I don't know about the hologram thing. He can live stream, right? You guys are seeing live stream history happening right here, right now. This is the first ever live stream.
So I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare.
I think the rabbit was just a signal to Sholmes and he had cameras in the room. I think so, yeah. I think the rabbit is like some sort of like radio thingy, and then yeah, probably other devices to set up the transmissions.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No! I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Iris, there you are.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked from forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Get burned! Get butt twisted.
Adjourned! Adjourned! Adjourned!
I'm not gonna keep saying that.
Court is adjourned!
Oh, I knew it was gonna break. Hell yeah. Bro, what? Oh, is it gonna break? Oh. Oh, shit! Ah! He quispy now. Oh. He's just a little dirty.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean? That thing broke like his future? It really did. Yeah, it must have symbolized a little bit of his end. He's a little crispy, just a little bit. He's just a little charred.
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry?
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, but for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Clint.
Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak.
These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. Oh, hello! My lord!
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blinded justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal, never patient judicial assistant, Miss Usato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. From there it grows, till eventually makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, shall our paths cross again somewhere?
And he's gone. He's been Thanos snapped.
Where then? It would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Beric Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Beric Van Zieks, not guilty. Yay! Confetti!
Happiness, but the H is silent, so what? It's just happiness?
That is all. Court is adjourned.
I'm so glad it's the normal gavel sound. I'm not gonna lie, the unicorn was grating on my nerves a little. It really is over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
What part of that man is smiling? Miss Usato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could have ever imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Miss Usato. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama?
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Isogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper.
Oh, that's true. What was the second thing?
I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I don't know who this is.
I think perhaps.
Oh, no, it's Eugen. Okay.
I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? Father? Also, the ads are starting soon. Oh, they started just now. Okay, we will wait here. I don't want to accidentally skip anything. But yes, very close to the end, and I think probably like some sort of epilogue thingy, and then it'll be time for bed for me. I thought this would be quick, but this is actually quite long. Dear goodness me. Oh. Oh, well. I went to go check my messages. I had an interview today. Did not get anything. I didn't get further. And thus my quest continues. Damn. Yeah. I mean, this wasn't for co-op. This was just for a part-time job. But yes. There were many great applicants and yeah. You know how it goes. At least I did it. Thank you. Don't worry, your time will come. Well, technically there is one job I could go back to if I really wanted to, but it's a very sucky job and it would kill me, I know, if I went back to it. Like I would literally like my spirit would crumble. So I really don't want to go back to that place. Don't go back. Oh, I won't. But, you know, money. Oh, that reminds me. I need to remember to pay tuition. Well, I have until Friday. Your spirit is worth more. Oh, yeah, most definitely. Like, I don't know if you guys ever had to work a job that, like, goes late into the night. Not graveyard shift, but it just ends really late. And it just really sucks. It's really bad. It, like, really messes with your schedule. But yeah, if I, like, went back to that job, I would be working until, like, probably 12 a.m. I forbid you from working there? Yeah, no problem. I don't want to go back there anyway. Apparently, since I've left, a lot of shit has gone on and like it's a pretty terrible place right now. Yeah. You don't have much time for anything when you get home. Exactly. You like finally finish work at like God knows what hour. You get home and then like suddenly you're supposed to sleep because you have shit to do in the morning and it's really bad. It's really bad. I re-slumber. You woke up just to tell me that. Thank you. Okay, ads are done. Anyways, I am just writing my response. Send. Oh well. Back to the drawing board. It's also just a really terrible time right now to be looking for a job as well because like it's like January, school has started, holidays are over, and so like there's not really a need right now for staff. But we'll see. Sadly, out of all the places I applied to, that was the only one I heard back from. But I must persist. All right. What were we talking about in the game? Oh, we were trying to figure out what Clint's second wish was, his second final wish. And then Susato's dad said he thinks he knows.
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You are one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
Lady of the Gentry?
She's not in a good way, and she's with child. Her birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. It's his dying wish.
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
All right then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and...
No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen.
Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds.
Let me just reset my rotation quickly. There we go.
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
Ah. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold.
Really, all it can be said that I did for that child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother, Hayami Mikotoba. Oh!
Oh, this is Ryunosuke. Oh!
That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Iris. I had no idea. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard.
So Sholmes gets his ear tugged on, and Ryunosuke gets his butt pinched.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it?
Oh, I accidentally skipped.
I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures.
Bruno! Susie!
Oh, Iris.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Valley, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No! Really? Oh, pooh!
But I give you my word. that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely.
You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ow! Oh, one final pinch goodbye, was it?
Sounds fair, yeah, fair trade-off.
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
I mean, who wouldn't want to pinch those cheeks? I know, right?
Wait, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So, as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool.
Is that, I don't know who that is, Yujin? Oh no, that's Kazuma. Of course, that makes sense.
Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma Soki. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Hmm? Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future.
Oh my god, can we finally have the pheasant? When was the last time I saved? Far too long.
I'm home.
Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? Good night all and congrats on the GG story. Oh. And congrats on the GG marble. This story's top tier. Thank you. Have a good sleep, Zero. Thank you for the subs again. I hope you sleep well. It's a party, innit? It's got to go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who would help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
I don't know who's talking. Oh, it's him.
I assure you will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin.
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Usato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susaru looking so happy in a very long time.
Bruno, there you are.
Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Time to fill me boots.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yeah, Iris von Zieks. That's his. That's her name, Iris von Zieks. Or Iris Baskerville, or both. Well, her mother's family is Baskerville, so her mother's maiden name is Baskerville, but technically it should be Von Ziek. Van Zieks? Yeah, Van Zieks.
Yup, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned is he? People can change, you know.
Ah yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached.
That watch was his pride and joy, symbol of his great achievement at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of that man's remarkable career.
But how? It stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all. Didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh,
All right, then. It's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in, kicking and screaming.
He's already dead, but I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well,
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh?
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. Well, I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runa, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
It's so sweet.
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
I think, Mikotoba.
Yes, Sholmes?
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Yeah, who is the onion ninja? Because I'm crying.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Am I finally gonna color in the eye of that, like, doll? The static room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. Oh, thank you for the head pat.
The doll? Yeah, that little doll on the shelf there. Like I think they call it the Daruma doll?
But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo.
Oh no, it's Mikotoba. God fucking damn it, I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't quite remember the name, but I just know that, like, there's one eye that's colored and you make a wish, and when that wish or goal is fulfilled, you color in the other eye.
Oh, Professor.
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Sosuke-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. And description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville.
Oh, Baskerville.
If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato-san knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented the story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskervilles story, I mean.
Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. I was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah,
It was the only case Shomes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so many of it from my paltry notes. Shomes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At the point, I returned the manuscript by post to Shomes for safekeeping.
so you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right, because Shomes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events at court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Shomes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I
I was sure of my belief in my client. I was sure I could see the trial through. At the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually. But you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You did. Is she? Oh, this song is so beautiful. Is she staying here? Is she not coming with me? Sorry, I love music boxes and this is like hitting so hard. Can I marry Susato? Yeah, could you imagine if that was what he had to ask Yujin? Onion ninjas are coming back. The onion ninjas are coming back for me. I blame it on the song. Susato-san. Huh? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. Thank you for the head pats. I suppose. It'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. Oh, that's right. She's gonna stay so she can be Kazuma's judicial assistant. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Bro, why you gotta rip my fucking heart out like this? Holy shit! Y'all feeling this right now? It's like almost midnight. It's like, oh, it's so late. Why you gotta stomp on my heart like this? What the fuck? It's giving me she was never meant to be mine vibes, you know? Okay, I see what you're doing. Star-crossed judicial assistant and lawyer. It's It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm about to like flop onto the floor and sob. Oh my god, this is where we say our goodbyes, and I'm gonna cry even more. Okay, we're at Dover.
I can't believe this day's finally come.
Thank you for the head pat.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma?
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Oh, his theme.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me.
Oh, don't tell me that isn't one of the rawest fucking lines you've ever read. Oh my god. This game, man. So many bangers. Holy butt twister, I didn't see this coming. This game has... They're very good at surprising you.
The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
Gotta get some sleep? No problem. Have a good sleep, Thunderstorm. Oh my god, I keep seeing the 7 and keep thinking it's a T. But yeah, thank you, Thunderstorm, for the raid again. Get some good sleep. Has officially reached midnight. I'm just checking if it's snowing right now. It is indeed snowing. Before it gets too bad, I'm gonna have to let the dogs out to pee. And hopefully they're willing. We'll see.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
No, you want to come with? Come. Because I was wondering, if Kazuma becomes a prosecutor, do prosecutors get judicial assistance?
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
Yeah!
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Yeah, just kiss already. Also, I've not played Ace Attorney Investigations. The only reason is because I would have to, I think, play through an emulator if I wanted to play it. Because I don't think there's a PC port.
terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
They're so cute, guys. They're so cute.
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry.
Is she already back?
As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
That's Iris's voice. She's so cute.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
They're touching swords at the docks, single tear. That sounds so funny out of context. The triangle drama is strong. I don't think it's a triangle. I feel like the two of them are so concerned about Kazuma, but Kazuma literally like does not care. Not in like a bad way, but like it does not bother him. Let's put it that way. Like I feel like it doesn't bother him at all. But like Susato and Ryunosuke are just so concerned about like upsetting Kazuma. But like it just doesn't bother him.
Especially when I visit you in your country.
Shomes in Japan? Oh my god, ads are in like 5 minutes. I don't know. Are we gonna reach the end before then? We'll see. I hope so.
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. I can't wait.
No, what did I get egged?
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
So cute.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
This is great.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
She's so cute. I don't know if there's any like after credits things because they like to do that thing where they go through all like the previous characters and they'll have like a little line of dialogue. There we are. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries from my remote cinematograph since that day. I'm no purveyor of electrical goods and what of the promised close court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Sholmes is gonna stow away.
I gave a little note to Harry the other day. It just said thank you for everything, Daddy, but it made Harry cry. I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Sholmes finally realizing the joy of parenthood. Well, time to see how much I remember of all these people's voices. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. The darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. So hello, you took my cow. How are you doing? We have just finished Great Ace Attorney.
The boss left a note for me, you know. And I can read every letter now. A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. Boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before you know.
Aww. I will use all my snoozes if I have to get through these credits. Because I really don't want to run an ad break. Gina, truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. Might be a divert heart, but it's a good heart. It reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. I played some Fortnite with my girl before. Now I'm just chilling. How are you? I'm doing great. Many ninjas cutting onions near the end of this game, though. Oh my god, this guy. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Objection! A blank overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway.
Who is this Candish counsel for the defense?
Oh, really? My friend Susato-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
It's all going too fast. I can't read. have we still not heard from? Oh.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Her daughter is scary. A little bit, yeah.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Eric, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
Okay. Hairbrain. Living up to his name, I see.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I would never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain. You see? And for a faithful reproduction of Visage, there was nothing we two spells would not do.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know.
Everyone calls me a pepino and I sell the spaghetti. It's more red than a maheda.
Everyone say call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
Oh man, these three. I'm gonna be so sad if I end up using all my snoozes and then I don't even reach the end.
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care.
I got one snooze left, guys. That's like 10 minutes to get through this. Is it beef stroganoff? Oh no, Susato. We're on the boat!
I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. And because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
She said it. She said the title.
That's it, guys. Game's over. It's colored! Oh, we got the picture! There it is, guys. It's beautiful. I love it. I love it. Waggy! Waggy is there. Oh, man. This is so great, guys. This is so great. Print screen. I know, right? If I didn't have two monitors, I would print screen. Okay. This part, I don't mind. It's not bad if it's missed. What it is I'm pretty sure Ryunosuke is just gonna walk by And there's gonna be background images of the game backgrounds, and we're gonna pass by a bunch of characters. Oh my god, more kitties! And we're basically just gonna come across game characters. It's in Steam, you press F12. Oh, well dang. I'm sure many people have taken the screenshot though. Oh my god! Oh right, he took Waggy's babies. So he had, Waggy had 3 children. But if it's like the first game, Susato-san should start following us. Yeah, there we go. This is great. I don't know what I'm gonna do now. Oh, look, there's olive green. Oh my god, Sham Spear. Ah, he's doing his Sham Spear dance, guys. Oh, I don't remember her name, but she was the oil lady. No, the gas company? Yeah. Why is he back again? Oh my god, there's Waggy. I hope Waggy comes to follow. Yeah, there we go. And there's Drebber. Oh my god, the balloon boy. Oh my god, is there... Bohemian Boy. I don't remember his proper name. I just remember Bohemian Boy. He's gonna cry and buy another balloon? Or is he just gonna keep crying? Gonna keep crying. Dem2 Spell. Dr. Sith. And her daughter Gory. Maria, right? Maria Gory, yeah. Harebrained and Barrack, hell yeah. Oh my god. I think we're getting close to the end. Just like considering the characters we're coming across. Well, I gotta decide what to do next week in place of Ace Attorney. I probably won't play Investigations just because I would have to like set up an emulator and like buy the game. I do have Ghost Trick, which is also made by Capcom, so... Shome's left. Toby! But yeah, I'll probably... Oh my god, he's tap dancing! See, there he goes. Look at his fancy feet. Oh my god, and fucking Shomes is doing his dance. It's so funny. I hope to find the animation. What will Marble Naruhodo do next time? There is Ghost Trick. I believe it's another like... It's a murder mystery, I think. I don't quite remember. I forgot what the summary was about, but I think it's a murder mystery, and it's also made by like the same company, so I probably will do that. We'll see. Oh, there's Kazuma. Are we gonna touch swords again? I used my last snooze. What will I do? I'm touching swords in public, for shame. No! Man, what will I do now? What do I do with my life? I did great, thank you. There's always that bittersweet feeling when you finish a game. I mean, sure, I could always replay this game, but like, I'm not really one to replay games. Especially if it's something like this that's like a story. It's like, that's very story-based. There we go, Finny. That's why I'm still holding off Witcher 3 expansions. I don't want it to end. I feel that. Oh, that's cool. That's nice wallpaper. Yay, got an achievement. Risen Resolve for completing the game. F12. Oops, my bad. I forgot. Too quick. I mean, it might be in the extras. I don't know if they have like pictures or something. Gallery? Portraits? Oh, it's portraits though. Miscellaneous? I guess they mean like character portraits. Yo, look. They don't have the photograph though when like everyone's together for that picture. We'll find something great to fill the hole, I'm sure. I'm most likely going to do Ghost Trick. But we'll see, I'll have to come through my screen library. Can I make it bigger? No. Oh wait, I can. There you go. I'm not gonna screenshot it because I don't have any use for it. It is a very nice picture though. Yeah. And then this is from the first game, I think. Yeah. Very cool. I wish they had the photo frames. They don't have the photo frame pictures and I don't know why. Like I thought they would have that. Like you know? Oh well. Moving pictures. What? What is this? I probably shouldn't have clicked on this since there's 2 minutes until ads. Oh, it's just basically voice parts of the game, I think.
何をなさっているのですか？なるほど様。
ああ、スサトさん。見ての通り、ちょっと張り切っているのです。
張り切って？
来年発売予定の大逆転裁判で奇跡の出会いが待っているのですが、その人物と今日この大法廷で一足早く会えるらしいのです。日本の
Oh, was this the trailer for the game?
なところを見せておきたいじゃないですか。
おお、やる気。
Yeah.
なるほど様。
でもなんだかちょっと怖いですね。夜の大法廷は。
先ほど見物したロンドン島恐怖展もそれは恐ろしゅうございましたから。
佐藤さん、ロンドン中の催し物を調べ上げていますよね。
明日見て回る恐怖展の予定もかっちり組み上げてありましたもん。
別に恐怖限定でなくてもいいと思うけど。
I'm just gonna start the
ところ
raid.
で、さっきから何か聞こえませんか？
そういえばこの大法廷幽霊が出るという噂がございます。
Yes. But yes, okay. I will see you guys, I think, Friday? Yeah, Friday for Mass Effect. Sunday is still Raft. I think we're probably gonna play until we finish the story for Raft. But yeah, this was fun. Thank you. Thank you for crying with me. Keeping me company. No! Not the dance ball and head pats. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time, and I hope you have a good day or rest of your night. See you on Mass Effect Day. Yes, see you. Okay, I will see you guys at the raid. Ads are gonna start soon, so I'm gonna start the raid.